Alright, I'm back. Took a couple days off from streaming. Wasn't really sleeping very well for, I don't know, the past several days. Almost the past week, I guess. But I've been sleeping a little better the past few days, so hopefully that's over and done with. But I think it was affecting my chest. I wasn't really playing very well during a lot of that time. But that's okay. I mean, sometimes you have to go backwards to go forwards, I think, so when it comes to chess anyway. I played this game earlier. This was the final position from my game earlier. So obviously I was playing fine in this game. The guy played till mate. He let me, get 4 knights and mate him, so you can't ask for more than that. Probably just going to go back to my usual, classical games. I think that's what I enjoy most on the stream, and I think that's sort of best content-wise. I don't think I'm a particularly interesting Blitz player, but I think my classical games are fun to watch, hopefully. And I learn more from them, of course. Okay, so let's start searching for a game, since that'll take forever. I've added a few rewards for channel points, including one where you can pick my next opening. I think maybe that'll help me get a better feel for some openings. Made that one kind of pricey because I'm thinking some of you guys out there have probably stored up a bunch of channel points, so probably should make it, kind of pricey at first. So I guess we'll see how that goes. Come on, Lichess. Find me somebody. 18 plus 10. 5 plus 9. Where do people get these time controls? You can request 2 openings. Man, if you've only got 40,000 stored up, maybe I set the price a little high. I figured you'd have like 2 million. I guess maybe I haven't had channel points. No, I think you have channel points even before you're an affiliate. I don't know. Yeah, so choose wisely, should you choose to redeem them for that purpose. I'd like to do some creative stuff with the channel points, but I don't know what else to do, really, so... $12.89, otherwise I'd be tempted. That probably would not be the highest quality game. I might lose. $14.90 question mark. Okay, here we go. Ah. Come on. Where did I go? Alright, so will it be a King's Indian? Will it be a Grunfeld? Will it be something I don't know? Grunfeld it is. Man, I had to remember what I played against the Grunfeld. Haven't seen it in a while. I'm guessing this guy's name is Connor, because his title is Connor backwards. His username, rather. Seems like a reasonable guess. Okay, all pretty normal stuff so far. Now I'm out of book, I think, at this point. I feel pretty confident saying I want my rook off this diagonal, so like rook b1 seems like a reasonable move to consider. Queen d2 or maybe c2. I guess queen c2, I'm dropping my pawn. So unless something changes there, probably queen is going to d2. Seems like his light squared bishop is maybe the problematic piece. Not very clear where it should go. I guess he could fianchetto, but with my rook coming to b1, maybe he doesn't want the bishop to be loose on b7. I remember what I've seen played against me in this position. I want to say I've seen the queen, like, maybe come to queen a5. Yeah, okay, queen a5. Well, now, I mean, maybe b5's a move I don't want to see. But I guess my pawn's hanging, so probably got to address that before anything else. I guess queen b3 would save the pawn. Save the pawn, make b5 unpalatable, it'll just lose a pawn. And keep some pressure on f7, maybe make it tough for the rook to do anything. I don't know, the bishop, it seems like it could be maybe a little uncomfortable without having b3 as a retreat, but like maybe he could go for like an a6 b5 plan. I guess I don't know why I'm saying my pawn is in jeopardy. My knight is defending, so I don't have to do anything there, actually. So maybe just rook b1 was sort of what I thought would be a logical move. I think queen b3 still merits consideration. But, I mean, maybe he just moves his queen and tries to play knight a5. Little slow, but I'm not really... I don't have an imminent threat with queen b3, so... I guess rook b1's probably the move. Now rook b5 is kind of a funny fork. I don't know if it's any good. I mean, if I play rook takes c5, is that really where I want my rook? Something to think about anyway. I guess I'm probably just playing queen d2 next. Connect the rooks. Just try to improve until I get sort of a clear target of what I can be trying to attack. I think actually the line I've been seeing, now that I think about it more, or that kind of bugged me, was knight a5 with the idea of when my bishop moves somewhere, he can play c5. Maybe that's not really anything to worry about. That doesn't want black 1-4 here. I just don't like it when they're able to sort of cement a pawn on my fourth rank like that. Okay, so he's gonna gear up for the b5 push, it looks like. And again, I mean, b5, bishop moves, c4 is the kind of thing that I don't love the looks of. Unless I'm able to get, you know, some quick play on the king side, which I don't really see. I mean, I do have the option of taking on c5. That looks kind of wrong. But maybe... Maybe it's not so bad. D5 I can also play, I mean... Yeah, I mean, maybe taking on c5 isn't so bad. That likely... I'm thinking he would want to play bishop takes c3 so as not to be losing material. And then obviously I'm getting the bishop here, which is kind of nice. Pawn on c5 could be difficult to hang on to. I'm sort of inviting rook d8. But I'm stopping his queenside play. I'm getting the bishop pair. And then the dark squares around his king are weak. Is knight e5 any kind of problem? I don't think so. I mean, whenever he plays rook d8, queen c2 doesn't look so bad. Maybe even queen... Yeah, I was gonna say maybe queen c1 to form a battery, but I guess my bishop probably wants to be parked on e3 to defend the c3 pawn. Yeah, I don't know. I think I kind of like it. It feels maybe a little wrong to voluntarily break up my center, but I am getting something in return. Okay, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Maybe in some distant future, like if he's not taking here, you know, maybe I can try to work my knight into some dangerous squares. That's probably a bit ambitious. I'd like to use b6 if I'm able to keep my pawn here, but... Guess I can pre-move this capture. Okay. I mean, now queen b3 does throw a counterpunch at f2, which is kind of nice. And defends the pawn. The only thing that somewhat concerns me is it runs into an eventual knight a5, maybe. So what's he going to do about this pawn? I mean, I guess probably he has to push e6, otherwise, I mean, he could play bishop e6, and then I'm taking another pawn, taking here with check. This pawn's super weak. He could play the rook back, in which case rook d8 was not really a good move. Yeah, I mean, it looks reasonable to play queen b3 now. Man, if only bishops could jump, I could play bishop b6. Guess I'd still have to save my queen first. Okay, I think I like queen b3. I don't see the downside, really. Ah, okay. Well, that does defend. I mean, I could play bishop d5, which puts a good deal of pressure here, and also threatening f4 to go and take f7. Okay, so if bishop d5, then e6. Taking here looks really dangerous because of like a rook pin. At least bishop d5 would sort of force e6. Maybe not force, but strongly encourage e6, which I think long term is going to be a bad move for him because his bishop's never going to do anything. Probably this bishop's just cooked at this point. I don't see how I'm going to be able to save it. So, I mean, bishop d5, e6, I pretty much have to just come back to c4, then a trade, and he gets a move, but not sure what he can do on his move that's too concerning. Or I could just forget about inducing e6 and just improve my own position. I also have this c6 idea. I was talking about wanting to play bishop b6. So maybe I shouldn't abandon that so soon. So c6, he could trade these pieces and then do something. Yeah, but if I take on b7, he can't take back. That's kind of nice. Yeah, c6 is starting to look pretty good, actually. c6, knight takes, queen takes. I guess, well... It's tough. I mean, where's his queen going? If his queen doesn't really have anywhere to move... So his rook would have to move if he wants to get out of the fork. Then I can take on b7 with a fork. That looks really good. Is there anything else he can do besides knight takes bishop? I mean, like I said, his queen's got no squares. His rook can't come to d7 because my pawn's on c6. And I don't think, whether he trades the knight for the bishop or not, I don't think it really changes anything. There's nowhere this rook can come in. There is this check. Does that, I mean, seems unlikely that could lead to anything. Alright, let's, okay, wait, one more thing I should check. If he takes, then I play bishop b6, does he have any kind of counter threat? Nah, I mean, I want his queen. And actually, that would trap his queen. Yeah, so he's... Yeah, c6, I'm threatening to trap his queen. How's he gonna deal with that? Any queen move, I still play bishop b6. Okay. Yeah, c6 looks really good. Yeah, I missed a lot of messages from Frapp. That's just tragic. Alonso, are you giving him a maximum sentence every time? Because I've seen this 86,400 seconds a few times now. 24 hours, okay. That sounds good. Man, 86,000 seconds in a day, really? Guess I've never sat down and done that math. I hope I'm right about all this C6 stuff, because it looks like I'm just winning material. And it's a move I didn't even consider at first, so if it's good, then I'm really happy that I found it eventually. Actually, if he plays knight takes bishop, I can just play... Or no, I can't play bishop b6, because his knight's on it. So I've got to trade first, but I've still got some threats. I mean... He could play knight takes bishop, queen takes bishop, then he actually has queen a3. But still, I can take on b7. And yeah, that looks like game over if that happens. Okay, wow. I didn't see that. Well, seems like I have to play bishop d5. I mean, bishop d5, if he plays e6, then c7, I'm hitting both of his rooks, so that's nice. Bishop's getting close to getting trapped, though, so... But, I mean, I think this c7 push I'm gonna be able to get out of it. Get out of things. Hopefully. I think he's got to do something about his rooks. Rook b8, then this pawn's pinned. I mean, this rook could go this way, it could come to d6, and then maybe bishop c5, and here, and I don't know, rook doesn't look so good. Yeah, I mean, does Anwar just winning an exchange with this? I think so. If I'm not, I'm just losing a piece, so I guess I better play it. But I'm still gonna get a pass pawn at the end of this, looks like. Yeah, this little pawn's really doing quite well. And you forgot he was a D pawn. So first D takes C5, then C6, C7. I'm a little bummed I didn't see B5. Like, I didn't even see it was a legal move. And shockingly, it, like, solves all of Black's problems, at least in the short term. I think Black was probably okay. I think E6 wasn't a good move. I think he had to address the situation with his rooks. Challenge me. Yes, I will accept a challenge. Absolutely. Of course, as you see, there might still be a good bit of time to go in this game. Depending on how the next few moves go, I guess. I guess he's trying to figure out what the best is. Okay. That surprises me a bit. I guess that's gonna make it to where I'm not left with this D pawn. So maybe this was the best way to go about it. I'm thinking I want to just push the pawn. That seems like the best way to lose the pawn, not giving this bishop an opening over here. Although, I mean, the bishop's probably pretty happy to come to b7 anyway. So maybe I should just steal a pawn. But if I take, he can come bishop b6 with a tempo on my queen. If I push the pawn, then I'm getting a tempo. I mean, also knight f4 looks like a reasonable move. And by knight I mean bishop, but that's independent of what I do with this pawn, I guess. Although if I take, he can recapture and then I don't have time to do that. Yeah, but it is a pawn. So if I take and he takes, I mean, maybe my queen has trouble finding a good square. Because, I mean, he's on me. If I go to c2, which looks natural, he can play bishop f5. The dark square bishop could start harassing me somewhere. I guess if nothing else, the queen would be safe on c1. Although, maybe not. Feels like maybe I'm getting too cute by not just taking. You know, I could also... I mean... I don't have to do anything with the pawn. I don't know why I'm not considering that I can just leave it. If he takes, I can take with the queen, and then I'm on the rook. This pawn is loose. Well, no, it's not. The knight's there. So, I mean, maybe like rook fd1 or bishop f4, just ignore this for the time being. I think I like rook fd1. That threatens d6. So rook fd1, let's say he takes, queen takes, his rook's loose. And I'm on his knight, so I mean maybe then bishop f4 could start to amount to something. I guess me hitting his rook isn't... Or no, his bishop's still there. Yeah, so he can't play rook d8. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, keeping it flowing, I think that was a good idea. Well, I guess we'll see. I tried not to... You know, I think a lot of players, you know, when there's this pawn tension, you feel obligated to do something about it, and I fall into that trap. I think I was falling into that trap there. Now I think he is obligated to do something because I don't think he's going to want me to play d6. Yeah, his rook doesn't even have a7, so I guess rook b8. Then this is starting to look pretty juicy. So another big thing from him here. Doesn't look like he has many good options. I mean, his pieces are not really in any shape to be attacking my king, I don't think. If he's not able to get some kind of counterplay, then he, I think, has to take on d5, as unpleasant as that looks. Okay, I'm gonna go get some more water while he's thinking. Seems like I might have a minute here, so be right back. Okay, it looks like he took. So I thought take with the queen. Yeah. I guess he has bishop b7. Forgot about that move. Okay, that's alright. Maybe just queen d2. Queen d2 does walk into a fork. I can think about queen d6 or queen c5. I'd rather trade my queen off than get really passive here, I think. Queen d6 also keeps control of the d-file, which seems like it could be important. I think that's where I'm leaning. I mean, with my exchange up, I should be good. In an endgame, I don't want to get mated before then. So I think trading queens would be just fine. Okay. If we trade queens, maybe like a4 is an idea. Exploiting this pin and trying to trade off one of my weak pawns for his good pawns. Yeah, I think it's... My feeling is it's fine to trade. I'm not thinking that white like has to trade queens or anything, but I think keeping the queen active and possibly trading it is better than like playing the queen back to b3 where it sort of has no role. And I mean, he's got some potential pressure, you know, so gotta be careful. Man, this track takes me back to my childhood for sure. See, I wonder in my life if I've played more Halo or more chess. Probably more Halo. Might be pretty close. Yeah, I don't know. I played a lot of Halo when I was a teenager. Like, I don't know. Probably average a few hours a day, if I had to guess. But I've played a lot of chess the past 5 years, so maybe it's evened out. Yes, I'm ahead on the clock. What was my first console? That depends on if you count handheld or if you just count like a real console. My first ever console would have been a Game Boy Pocket, if you're including handheld, that I got when I was probably like 5 or 6 maybe. And then my first like big boy console was an N64. Well, actually, yeah, I guess really, like, we had an SNES when I was like a toddler. Like, my dad and former stepbrother had an SNES. I don't remember if I really played it that much, but N64 was like my first real console. Okay, so he avoids it. I thought against this maybe some kind of rook to the 4th rank. And then the queen trade looks pretty main. I guess my knight's hanging, so I gotta be careful. Yeah, the knight's hanging, and if the knight moves, he can take the pawn. Although maybe not, because bishop d5 would threaten a lot, so maybe I can just move the knight. Knight f4, knight g3. Not real sure what the knight's doing from either square. I guess I prefer g3 because maybe I still want to bring my rook to the 4th rank. Maybe that won't be possible if the pawn falls, though. So knight g3, he could just move his knight, is maybe the line that troubles me most. And then it looks like my pawn's falling. Rook e1 feels pretty lame. I guess rook d2. Or just like bishop d4 and trade knights. I don't hate bishop d4. Bishop d4, knight f3 check? Shouldn't work. I guess that would be a creative way to trade the knights. Maybe there would be some issue there, actually. He gets a lot of pressure on that diagonal. Yeah, maybe that should be avoided. So I'm coming back to rook d2. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna play rook d2. Any problem with that rook on b1? That's becoming loose. Ah, actually, yeah, he could play queen here. That would be bad. Man. So maybe I should just move the knight. I'm probably giving up the pawn. Maybe that's okay. Knight f4 has the nice property of defending here, but... I think I like knight g3 better. Knight g3 looks more natural, I don't know. Okay, running low on time, so I probably just need to make this decision. Rook b2, I didn't consider. That probably was doable. Now that I think about it, I like knight g3 even more because maybe his queen wanted to come to e4. Yeah, rook b2 seems like it probably would have been a good move. There was an important move which I forgot to analyze, even though it's not working. I mean, I thought this was the important move to analyze. Or do you mean an important possibility that I could have made? Like some check or something? Yeah, I mean, maybe that check would have worked. Check, rook takes, check, bishop here, bishop here. But he can just defend his bishop some kind of way. Maybe that's what you're alluding to. I probably should have looked at that. What's my chess background? I don't have a chess background. I don't even remember why I decided to start playing, but about 5 years ago I picked up the game and I've pretty much just been self-taught. I've used a lot of amazing resources that are at my disposal on YouTube and Lichess and chess.com, and there's all sorts of stuff out there. So I've just been playing, like I said, for about 5 years now. And especially during this quarantine, it's like 75% of my waking hours, probably. That's probably what you meant, who knows? Yes. I see you're living by your rules of not suggesting moves that are still possible to be played, so. Good rule. I think bishop d4, rook d4, rook b4 are sort of my next moves to look at. Probably bishop d4. The more I look at it, the more I think rook b2 was probably the best move in the last position. Though, I mean, maybe queen e4 was tough to meet. Kind of sucks that like a2 is loose. c3 looks like it's loose and could become loose. I don't think it's loose yet. But I need to just trade stuff off, not get checkmated. So yeah, I mean, to that end, bishop d4 makes an awful lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, I think I like bishop d4. There is still that queen check variation, but it doesn't work. It definitely doesn't work now because the knight's guarding h6. Queen f4, I mean, does that force the trade of queens? Not quite. He has queen e6. Alright, I think I like this. And I guess, I don't know. Taking with the pawn would give me a passed pawn. Taking with the rook. Okay. And I almost have a Forkaruski here. Almost. Oh, I gotta be careful. He's if I move my bishop, he takes there. Queen f4. Queen d7. Let's go here. He's putting up a good fight. If he takes... I sort of like taking with the rook to try to double these guys up. Oh, but I can't because I'm pinging this rook. So I'd have to take with the queen or with the pawn. I guess with the pawn, I don't know. That gives me a passer, but it gives him connected passers. It's probably better to take with the queen. And at least have this guy around to watch over b4. Okay, so he threatens mate. Seems like f3 has to be played. And if I could get this with check, that would be nice, but don't see a way to make that happen. Okay, so f3 it is. Okay, this still gets mated. Why can't I take the knight? Oh, because I get mated. I can take the knight with my queen. Is that gonna get mated? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not seeing the issue with taking with my queen. He takes, then I think taking with the queen just forces liquidation. I mean, I guess g4 is coming. I'll be able to take here. I think I'm fine, just can't lose on time. If g4... I don't know if I want to go here. I guess that's probably the best move. That threatens, like, every piece. Yeah, that looks quite good. Right on cue, he stops it. Being this. Got a few ideas now. And this is pretty good too, I guess. I don't know which is best. Probably pawn takes, because now if he takes with the rook, this works again. I think that works. Don't lose on time. I'm not sure if this works actually, but guess we'll find out. Yeah, that was the move I was worried about. I guess I have here though, don't I? You can take there. Let's try this one. If he takes, I think... man, surely I'm going to be able to find a mate. I'll have this here. Yeah, this just liquidates. That seems like the right move. I think King G7 just gets mated. Wouldn't bet my life on it, but seems like it should get mated. If nothing else, I'm gonna get the bishop, so. But if here, 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 and then here. So, pretty sure either way, this is very much over. Man, maybe knight takes pawn works. I didn't see for all the reasons, but it's been quite a deliberate game from both players. Like, this is a 30 plus 20 game. 33 moves so far, and we're both under a minute. It means this game's been going for like an hour and a half. Yeah. Almost an hour and a half. Which for real chess isn't that big of a deal. For online chess, that's like, what, an hour and a half? Okay, I mean, you've got to be getting mated. I guess I'll take a minute and calculate this. So here, here, here. If here, I'm winning the queen, and if back, then that's mate. Okay, good enough. So yeah, queen g4, if king h6, then queen h4 looks like mate to me. And if king f6, then I've got queen f4. And he could play king e6, but I'm going to take the queen. And there might still be a mate that way. Probably should have considered f4 mate, but I like this better anyway. Okay, that's just mate, right? Looks like mate to me. Alright. Well, that was a grind. Almost got myself into trouble there for a second, but I think he did a reasonable job of just trying to play really actively once he was down material. Try to create threats. Kind of at a point where, like, I'm trying to get better about focusing on stopping what my opponent wants to do in those situations, but they always seem to get a threat. That makes me wonder if, like, is that just inevitable they're going to get a threat? Thank you, Alonzo. So we'll see what the engine says. So far it looks like I was better the whole way. No problem. Okay, here's one little hiccup in the early middle game. C6 was bad, no! C6, it wants him to take. Yeah, I saw that. I guess maybe if he takes first and then plays b5. Maybe that's what the old engine's up to. That seems likely. Knight takes, C takes b7. Okay, yeah. Bishop takes b7. queen takes c4. Okay. So it wants to take here. I guess that makes sense, getting the bishop and getting a pawn. If queen takes c4, which is what I was planning, bishop e6, ah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think I would take the bishop. But I guess if I don't take the knight, he's gonna ruin my pawns over here. I guess I take the knight and I'm still on the bishop. Okay. Well, c6 wasn't as brilliant as I thought. That's unfortunate. But otherwise, I was leading the whole way. So I think I know the opening reasonably well. I think we played the main line for the first 10 moves or so. Or takes. Ghetto, bishop c4, c5, knight e2, c6, bishop e3. Yeah, we knew what we were doing. Castles. So the main move in this position is bishop g4, which I think I just play f3 against. And he played queen a5 question mark exclam. I don't know if I've seen Lichess give a like question mark exclam because it says that the evaluation goes up from plus 0.3 to 1.1. So. Oh, that's okay. I'm getting mixed up. That's the evaluation for me. Okay, so it's saying inaccuracy, but maybe it's fine. I guess that's what Lichess is trying to say. Okay, I played rook b1. Bishop g4 was seen in a few Karpov-Kasparov games. Okay. I mean, that's why you play knight e2 though, right? So you can play f3 when they do that. But I guess inducing that move is still worthwhile. Is sort of what Black's saying, is my guess. Rook b1 was the main move. a6 was the book move. I mean, book, we're down to 3 games at this point. Queen c1. Or bishop d5. I don't think I considered bishop d5 at this point. Oh yeah, this is when I channeled my inner Yasser and just grabbed the pawn. Here you like f4 rar. Okay. Yeah, I mean, f4 crossed my mind at various points. I guess I didn't feel like I really had a kingside attack, so I was maybe a little hesitant. But yeah, I mean, f4 makes sense. Computer's okay with it. I just didn't, I mean, maybe I get a little too scared of, like, this queenside 3-on-2, where my pawns are split like this. It just seems like it's really difficult to prevent Black from getting a passed pawn. So I wanted to, you know, be in a position to prevent that. Computer, okay, now the computer's even suggesting f4. So. Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, caveman chess, there's a place for that, no doubt. Computer was suggesting a4 for a second, that also stops b5 in a manner that I didn't see. I guess it doesn't really stop it. Eh, it does, yeah. No. Yeah, it does. Can't count pieces today. Okay, so taking was an interesting way to play. It did feel, and I alluded to it during the game, it felt a little wrong. Like, positionally it feels wrong. And it probably is, but... yeah, I'm up a pawn. Queen b3 was good. So what's bishop d5 instead of this c6 nonsense? I think, yeah, bishop d5 was what I was considering before I saw that c6 could have some tactical tricks. So I psyched myself out. Yeah, I was planning... Oh, wow, okay. So the computer's suggesting bishop d5, e6, bishop takes on b7, which I was far too afraid to play. That looks like my bishop's getting pinned, and... Okay. So this doesn't work. Now c6, oh, okay. Yeah, but he can take. Okay, bishop takes, I'm obviously not afraid of that. What happens here? Oh, now I get my fork. Okay, this is pretty complex. Ah, I take, and he takes, and my bishop's pinned, but I get his rook. Ah, and the bishop's hanging. This is crazy. What's going on here? I'm down a piece. What happened? Take. Oh, I take this rook. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense than the crazy stuff I did. So probably a good thing I didn't go for this line. About the same as the game though, right? I mean, up in exchange, but I guess it's a little cleaner. The queens are off. All my pawns are weak. But I'm never gonna get checkmated. Yeah, rook b2 is kind of a funny looking move. Well, I can't... Ah, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's an interesting line. Complicated. Too complicated for me to find all that. Yeah, I mean, I probably could have... If I had seen this, then I probably would have gone for it. And then I would have forgotten, oh, he can take my pawn because my bishop's pinned. And then, I don't know what I would have done from there. It's anybody's guess. Yeah. It's kind of funny that this is a case of, like... The two moves I was considering in this position were bishop d5 and c6. And they were the right moves, I just played them in the wrong order. And, like, that's something that you're, you know, obviously you're taught to do, is mix up the move order and see if the variations work out any better. But that one was kind of tougher to see, I guess. Alright, so I... Technically, this was a mistake, c6. I'm not as upset that I didn't see all that complicated line. I'm more upset that I didn't see b5. Like, I just forgot it was legal. So. Thanks, Rinok. Good game to you as well. I don't know how much you've been listening, but I was saying I thought you, I thought after losing the exchange you played really well to sort of, you know, have constant threats. It was tricky to not get mated and not lose material, so... Yeah, I think that you did well. Yeah, and I mean the time situation made things really complicated, of course. I think I got down to like 4 seconds at one point. And then when I played knight takes f4 or f5, whichever it was, I guess it was knight takes f5, I didn't have time to calculate if it really worked. And I guess it did in the long run. But yeah. Huh, so I thought e6 was not the best move here, and the computer says it is the best move. I thought you had to resolve this rook situation somehow. So rook f8's the second move, but it still isn't a big fan. Hey, Middle Eagle, how's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so I thought about Bishop F4 here. Why did I not play it? Oh, I was worried about my pawn. Yeah, okay, these are about the same. Okay, the two moves I was debating between are the top two. Yeah, knowing what I know, how the game went, I like Queen C6, Queen C5 better than Queen D6. Because Queen D6 kind of let him get his queen in here, take this pawn and threaten mate, and, you know, okay, not there, but all this kind of stuff going on. Which I could have stopped with Queen C5. Like, this is kind of the point in the game where I need to realize, like, okay, the number one thing he wants to do is get his queen on this diagonal and mate me. So, like, that should be the priority, is stopping that. But, I mean, this was fine. It just was a little trickier. Okay, I thought forever here and found the computer move. Yeah, here I got a little scared of getting mated. Yeah, I mean, H3 makes a lot of sense. It was unfortunate that I had to play F3. Ah, knight takes works even here. Interesting. Yeah, now when I play it, it's not as good. But still good enough. Oh, it wants me to just move the king. I guess it's about the same, right? The queen's gonna go give check on the 8th rank. Ooh, queen e7, that's mean. I like that. Yeah, I didn't see queen e7. You like queen e3 practically? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I like it better just because then, you know, when I get the queen check on the back rank, there's room for my rook to operate everywhere. Yeah. Alright. Okay, well, good game. Thanks again for the game. Quite a grind. Took forever to grind out that win, but that's why I play classical chess. Gotta do that stuff. Alright, so I'm guessing that guy who wanted a game is no longer here. I don't see him in chat. Hey, thanks for following, Renak. Or, I don't know if your name's really Connor, but your name's Connor backwards, so I'm sort of thinking of you as a Connor. Okay, yeah, I don't see that guy in the chat, so I guess I'm just gonna look for a game in the pool. It is Connor, I'm a genius. Actually, funnily enough, I went to school with a guy whose first name was Connor and last name started with Mick. So maybe that's why I jumped to that conclusion quickly. Although if you were him, you would probably recognize me by now. Maybe not, I didn't have a beard in middle school. Alright, so I might be getting some King's Indian practice in here. Indeed. Yeah, I guess that Connor Mick is pretty well known. That hadn't even occurred to me, that that guy's name is kind of close to the name of the guy I went to middle school with. Man, they always play this d5 variation against me. I don't like it. Stop. Okay, so what have I been doing against this? Knight b d7, a5, suspicious play ensues. Yeah, sounds about right. Okay. I mean, I can just play knight c5 right away if I want to. I've got the pressure here. Maybe that's worth doing. Well, I guess he just plays knight d2. It's probably what he wants to do anyway. I think the way I've usually played against this is to play a5 and try to keep my knight on c5. I don't know, I feel like if white plays well, he can kick out the knight, though. I mean, the other sort of glaring plan would be to move this knight into play f5. That would result in a more typical King's Indian type attack, looks like. Maybe a5 is worth inserting anyway. It kind of slows him down on the queen side if that's where he's going to play. Okay, I'm gonna play knight c5 first, I think. Expecting knight d2, and at least that blocks this bishop in. I was seeing if I go for, like, knight h5, knight e8, you know, something like that, that maybe bishop g5 could be annoying. So I'm hoping by throwing this in, maybe I can rule that out. Queen c2, okay. Well, that doesn't block the bishop. I still like a5, just to stop b4, keep my knight there. This knight can't really jump in, so this pawn's still tender. Okay, so bishop g5 comes anyway. Seems like maybe a good time to just play h6 and ask the bishop a question. If he goes back... Haven't I played this? It probably wasn't in this exact position. Yeah, I guess f5 gets trickier to play if I do all that. I could probably get h6 in anyway, and then decide if g5 is something I want to play. So if the bishop goes to h4, he might be a little on his own over there. Might be tough to get back, you know. Yeah, let's do that, I guess. And this, you know, keeps the knight out in the future. Okay. Well, that's sort of nice. Now I'm more at liberty to move the knight and play f5 if that's how I want to play it. Yeah, I think I like knight h5. Gets ready for f5, and maybe one day I can jump into f4 with the knight. It does take the pressure off of c5, or c5, e5 momentarily. But I'm not really sure what, I mean, I guess that gives him a moment to play knight b5, for example. So my kingside play needs to be stronger than his queenside play if that's going to be something I allow. I mean, I suspect it is, but like worst case scenario, I could play c6 and get him out of there. Though I'm really hesitant to open the d file for his rooks. But I mean, I think I can work around the knight on b5. Alright, let's try it. Knight h5 just feels like the King's Indian move. Like this is how it gets started. Push all these pawns. I think the other moves for him to consider would be like, I don't know. I mean, opening up this bishop to maybe take the knight is an idea. Okay. So he just wants to take this pawn. I mean, King h7 stops that. And, I mean, if I'm gonna be, you know, hurling my F and G pawns up the board, maybe my king's better there anyway. A rook can come to G8. Knight F4 is also possible. Does lose a pawn. But I think I like just King H7. I mean, the king could get in trouble. Like, I'm wanting to play F5, so this diagonal could, you know, open up. Maybe I would take with the pawn. I don't know. I mean, I suppose I could consider G5, but then F5's harder to play. Could also go back and attack this pawn again. And say, if you want to trade your e-pawn for my h-pawn, that's fine. That's probably not good, though. He might could even get away with trading, and then maybe the knight comes in. Looks unpleasant. So I think I want to defend this point, and King h7 appears to be the way. G5 doesn't look right. Then any of these moves come with a discovery. Okay, not that one, but, you know, any knight move. You could even take here. So yeah, that's out. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, Istravix, I know that feeling. That was how I felt like a day or two ago. Some days you just don't have it, but that's okay. In the long run, I think this is an awkward square for his queen, so I can kind of just play against that, maybe. And now when I play f5, I mean, taking is a threat. It just wins a pawn. Yeah, I think that's another point of, you know, when I was attacking the e4 pawn, he played queen c2 to defend. I was saying I thought he would play knight d2. I think he would really like to be able to move this f pawn. I mean, knight e1 I guess is still possible. It looks like a really strange move. I guess if he does that, maybe I will just play knight f4. Knowing that I'm losing a pawn. But I've opened up this diagonal. I can play f4, or f5 rather, open up this rook on the queen, and then the pressure on h6 is gone. That seems worth a pawn. What else can he do? Interesting. That just weakens the diagonal further. Now I could push, and if he takes, e4 might win some material. Maybe not. I mean, I still gotta get this knight out of the way. Still, f5 looks like the standout move. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to not play f5 here. Well, certainly an interesting position. Black looks a little strange with this business and this business, but it looks like I'm about to open up some lines. Maybe this one. Feels like what you want in a King's Indian. B3, I'm really perplexed by B3. So I'm just going to assume that he takes, because I'm threatening to win a pawn. I mean, bishop takes looks like the most natural move. Okay. I mean, bishop takes, and then we might have a knight d3 siding. I mean, pawn takes, I do get this open G file. But then this knight's loose. He could, like, take here, probably. Which just opens up the diagonal more, so, I mean, maybe that's okay. But the knight looks pretty uncomfortable over there. So I think it's just bishop takes. I mean, rook takes is the other option, of course. I don't think I want my rook that accessible. I think I want to just play bishop takes and converge on d3. This is still going to be a threat in some lines. I don't think I'm going to want to jump into d3 right away. So I think my knight is definitely a better piece than his light-squared bishop. Probably my light-squared bishop is a better piece than his light-squared bishop too. So I think I just want to have this in the air. I don't think I want to actually go there yet. I'd like to get this guy into the action and this girl. Maybe just queen d7. That sort of leaves the bishop without retreats. I do have to watch out. I didn't realize that this potential fork is in the air. So actually queen d7 would sort of help prevent that. And if he ever plays h3, I can think about getting crafty and sack. Still, bishop looks a bit uncomfortable, but it's nice that I've got d3 carved out already. Okay, so he's gearing up for g4 already, it would seem. I mean, e4 is sort of tempting. Bishop e4 or bishop d3, both possible. Could also just retreat the bishop. And then if he plays g4, then my knight gets f4. That might be the most reasonable thing to do. It seems a shame to move the bishop off that diagonal. But like if I play bishop d3 or bishop e4, we trade pieces, and then maybe he can kick my knight out. Yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning towards just retreating the bishop. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep it. I think I want to be able to sack here, you know, at the right moment. Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe on this I would just go bishop back to f5. I guess he could just play rook b2. And then he's... well... Then I would get knight c3, but... Guess he could just trade. Yeah, I guess that doesn't really lead anywhere. Maybe it does. I don't know. What else can I do? I mean, I'd still like to get the queen and a8 rook involved. So, I mean, just knight f4 looks like a pretty logical move. Yeah, I think I like knight f4. That looks a little more sound. Yeah. Got pressure on h3. If I get another move, I could actually take here, take, and then take on h3, and then this knight hangs. And if he takes, then I'm getting my rook out of the way, and maybe I can double up, triple up, quadruple up. And I mean, his Darksword bishop is his quote-unquote good bishop. So it's kind of tough. I don't know what he should do. Got tactical threats in the air. But positionally, it may not be sound to give up the Darksword bishop. Knight f4 will move 13. The idea being that if he takes, he's opening up this diagonal. That's true. He can't. He's not winning a pawn. I didn't realize that. I just assumed it lost a pawn, but it doesn't, because his knight would be hanging. Okay, it looks like he moved. Okay, he retreated. Now, I mean, now I get a free entry into d3, which looks very nice. I think this knight would probably be better. His queen is quite low on squares. So this knight in, the queen has to come here, and then bishop f5. Although maybe this knight should go, because if this knight goes, he does have the option of taking here, which sort of liberates things. I was thinking maybe I wanted to keep an eye on this square, but maybe that should be a secondary concern. Here, 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 and then I'm threatening, you know, a bazillion different discoveries. I mean, that looks very good. Looks quite good. Seems like I'm winning an exchange, if nothing else. Yeah, I mean, this is just too good. I can't not play that. There it is, the Octopus Knight. Yeah, there's also emote considerations, you know. Alonso has rights. He's got to use his emotes. I'm guessing that bishop takes f4 had to have been played in this position. I don't blame him for not wanting to play it, but knight's too good. So a bit of a think here, which I guess means he realizes what's coming, because this is the only logical move. Another point I didn't realize, but after queen c2, bishop f5, you know, maybe he would have wanted to try to block with his knight, like knight e4, but I got enough guys for that, with this knight staying on c5. Like, if I'd played the other knight in, maybe he could have played, well, okay, not right away, but... yeah, I don't know. Probably both were completely fine. I think this had to have been more accurate just because I'm not letting him trade off the bishop. Glad I decided to save this bishop. He's gonna come in handy. This was sort of nice. I mean, I got, you know, a pretty good position without having to go totally crazy on the king side, which is what I was expecting to have to do in a King's Indian. But yeah, king's still pretty safe. Okay, I mean, any pause at all for this move. I mean, I don't see what he can do about it. I think he's just going to lose an exchange. An exchange plus, I mean. Yeah, that's another good point, that it was worth it to spend the tempo to cement that knight there. Like, actually, I realized a second ago I've still got ideas of trapping the queen. Like, okay, he can't move the queen right now, but if it were my move, I could play here, attacking the queen, and whichever square he goes to, bringing the c5 knight in, and the queen's completely trapped. Okay, so it looks like that gets out of the way of that. Maybe he's not losing an exchange. I was also thinking maybe this and this. Okay, so here, there, or there, has to go there. I don't think that's worth doing. The knight can be kicked from b4, it can't really be kicked from c5, not yet anyway. But I don't see a way to trap the queen. Although I guess I still get the exchange this way, right? Maybe? I'm paralyzed by the possibilities here. I guess that doesn't ever work, because he can just bishop takes. So, I mean, this seems like the variation of note. 91, queen goes somewhere, take here. Is that even so good? Maybe I should just leave him in this giant knot. I mean, I can at least grab this. Yeah, I should at least do that. And we can revisit this position. almost a windmill tactic, but unfortunately, that's the only opposing piece that was in the line of fire of the windmill. That's unfortunate. I don't know that I've ever had like a proper windmill tactic in a game. I probably have, but I can't really remember. The other question is it time to sack? I mean, queen somewhere, sack. If he takes, I take. I'm hitting the rook. He has to play here. It looks quite dangerous. Queen's coming in. Probably unnecessary, though. Pretty surprised by the think. You know, another funny variation is the queen goes somewhere, this knight comes in. Queen comes back, this knight goes here. Then I've got like everything on h3. But, I mean, still, I don't know. Maybe, okay, queen moves, this knight comes back, queen comes back. Here, you know, I can do this sort of shuffle with both knights and eventually take g2. Right? I mean, doesn't that work? So like queen moves out of the line of fire, knight back. Okay, I'm gonna do this regardless. Ah, I missed a3, yeah. That's okay. How did I miss that? That's been available for a while, hasn't it? I guess not, because he went there. Yeah, he probably should have played queen a3 right there then, huh? I don't know how I missed the a3 square. Okay, so he's gonna let me do it again. So I can at least get knights here and here. I mean, this is also on the radar at some point, e4. I mean, even, let's say I play it now. That does shoo the knight away, then the queen can enter. I'd love for the pawn to be able to continue its march, though. Actually, isn't the knight trapped? Or, not quite. Maybe this does work. Because the knight... Well, okay, it can go to h2. I missed that. h2 is a bad square, so maybe it's worth doing... I think if the other option is knight d1, and if he goes to d1, then I could take... and then this is gonna have a discovery. I guess he takes back with the bishop. I don't know. I mean, it still looks maybe worthwhile. Maybe I should care more about getting these pieces into the attack. But, I mean, again, this accomplishes moving the knight out of the way, letting the queen enter. Okay, yeah, I think I like it. I'm spending a lot of time on this move. I think he can still play knight d1, but I don't know. It seems like he's kind of, you know, weaseled his way out of losing significant material. Maybe I never was winning any more than just a pawn. I don't know, it feels like my attack is pretty significant. But there's still time. Am I on Spotify? I don't really use Spotify. All the music I play is, like, I've got it saved to my hard drive, because I thought that would be better performance-wise than trying to have a browser tab for it. I could be mistaken about that. I couldn't find a good answer. But I use Google Music rather than Spotify. I have thought about putting real music on the stream, though. I think that might make, you know, make it more exciting. At least to do that every now and then. Wow. That looks very complicated. That seems very rash. Pawn takes, and bishop d4 check looks interesting. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it seems like things are gonna go my way here. She takes f5, why not? Rook takes f5 right away. Could be fine. I think I want to get in this check while this pawn still lives, though. It's just one fewer square that his king can go to. Yeah, I think I like this. There's another interesting check. Well, I was looking at queen g5 check, and then I thought bishop takes queen would probably be a good refutation. I guess you mean f2 check, which I didn't really look at. The pawn does live, which is nice. So I could play f2, I could move a piece to f2. A knight to f2 looks interesting. Or, actually, I guess bishop is better, that's really restricting the king. F2's gotta be the best move though, right? I mean... that pawn's gonna be so dangerous. It's also this move. But what's the rush? I guess he could play bishop f3. 94. Doesn't that just win material? Takes, and I take. I guess 94 he can just take here. So never mind. Alright, let's play f2. Yeah, I mean, I even if it didn't hang the knight, I do agree that I like this bishop better than this rook. If I take the pawn, bishop here looks like it just wins my knight. Or probably bishop here would, because I wouldn't have this rook defense. So I'm thinking about just stepping in front of the pawn. I don't think I can take it. And Queen h4 conveniently defends this point if it should come under more fire. I'm thinking I want to just maneuver the queen in here. Or just h3 directly and then play bishop e5 check. Yeah, I mean, he wants the knight gone. I don't blame him. Bishop e5 check and then queen h4. Is that threat more potent? I think it is. Okay, let's throw in this. Well, gosh. I mean, it's possible I want my knight coming here. I doubt it, though. Yeah, let's just do this. I'm more worried about king g7, king g2, I think. Maybe not, though. Because in this check, I get rid of this bishop, and then I've got g5 for the queen. That might drop f2, but I mean, that's probably not the end of the world. I think he has to play king g2, though. King g2, I guess I still can play king h4, right? Because queen g3 is going to be mate in a couple moves. Yeah, I think either way queen h4 is going to lead to a mate. Like, maybe the best he can do is king h1, queen h4, bishop g4, and then maybe h5. h5 and his bishop can't stay on the diagonal. I mean, even queen h4, king h1. Oh, well, king h1, I just take the pawn. Or, okay, wait, I'm getting the moves mixed up. It's his move. King h1, queen h4, bishop g4, queen g3 still looks like lights out. Yeah, I think this is just a mate in like 2 or 3. Yeah, I don't see how queen h4 I don't see how he can stop everything. Keep in mind the move number. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is just gonna be a mate. I guess he could throw in a spite check. Probably I could even just take and then walk back when I have to. Knight here, I could take. I guess maybe this works, because then he can take here, which defends. But then I take here, and he can't recapture. Also, his rook's hanging. Alright, well, this seems like it's either going to be a mate or a big win of material. I just don't need to lose on time. I'm thinking 95 is the best, or 94 is the best try. I can even take with the queen. I missed that. Taking with the queen is just going to be a mate, so never mind. 94, queen e4, bishop f3, queen f3, mate. So yeah, I'm not seeing how to stop it. I guess the computer move might be like bishop f4. Bishop f4, queen takes f4, and same problems. Yeah, well, computer move probably is resigns. Unless I'm missing a really brilliant move. Or I'm missing a really easy move and I'm just not as brilliant as I think I am. Ah, that can't be it. That doesn't sound possible. Oh, I've almost caught up on the clock. He's got 45 seconds to find his way out of this. Was that my first queen move of the game? I think it was. Ah, the computer move. Okay, well. I guess this is funnier. Well, no, because it hangs my queen. Funnier for him. Alright. I mean, he does have the spite check, but... I can take, and if he checks me, play that, he would just be hanging his queen. And if not, I could just play king g7. And no more checks. Oh, also this was mate, as my opponent has now pointed out in the chat. Yeah, come on, I miss mate in 1 all the time. I gotta torture him a little. That's how you know, like, I'm still fairly new to chess. You know, it's not a refined skill. Sometimes I miss the guy hangs a mate in 1, hangs a pawn with mate, you know. Alright, he resigned. Ugh. Yeah, that game got really complex. I mean, I think the tactics were always favoring me. But it just became... There was just a lot to calculate late in that game. Queen c1, the computer move. Knight takes... Rook takes f2! Ah, I missed rook takes f2. Can't I just stay with my knight? Ah, that's the point of queen c1 first, distracting the knight. So then he can play rook takes f2. Ah, good game, Faizan. Thanks for the game. Yeah, I just missed mate in 1. Sorry, I do that from time to time. Instead of f2, I could have done bishop e5, check immediately. Was that your suggestion that got nixed? Yeah, computer likes that. Check and king g1 and then queen h4. Yeah. Yeah, that does look really difficult to stop, doesn't it? Okay, well, it was already pretty winning either way. Just had to find the mate. This was tricky. I wonder what happens if I take this. Okay, I'm still completely winning, but it's complicated. I thought, like, bishop here. I guess my threats are just too strong. Okay, well, let's look at the full game. So all these moves were normal. And then, yeah, this is what I'm coming to learn as I'm trying out the King's Indian, is like, at the master level, castling is the most common move, but against, you know, this level, people like to push d5. Which I understand, because, like, if I didn't know the theory, d5 would be my first thought. So. We can play again. I need to, analyze this game for a few minutes, but, then, I mean, unless there's someone else in the chat who wants to play, I'm not fine giving a rematch. So yeah, they always play d5, it seems like. Ah, and a5 right away is the book move. Okay. I think I've come across this before and always been surprised that a5 was the immediate move. I guess it makes sense. I mean, if a5 is such a useful move, that I should just play it right away before he plays b4, you know, stopping it. I know b4 is an idea in, I think, in a different line. That's the bayonet attack, I think. But I think that's a different line. So a5 right away when they push this. Okay, I need to remember that. Because, yeah, a5 proved to be a really good, really useful move. I mean, at least, you know, here I'm putting him to the test. Oh, queen c2 is the most commonly played move. I thought knight d2 would be better, but black's actually scoring a lot better if knight d2 than queen c2. Okay, so yeah, then I really like playing a5 early. Bishop g5, okay, this is another book move. h6 was book. Okay, e3 was the more common square. Knight h5 was correct. Queen c1, okay, we're still following a game. King h7, still a game. Knight e1 was played in that game. I kept suggesting that maybe knight e1 was an idea. Yeah, b3 I did not get. Yeah, I don't understand b3. And I guess the computer thinks it's just the losing move. Because yeah, f5 and now my attack comes pretty quickly. Taking with the bishop was correct. Knight f4 or f5 looked great, yeah. I was always thinking, like, if I was to play knight f4, I wanted to be able to retake with the rook. I didn't want to mess up my pawns, but maybe that shouldn't have been a concern, because if I take with this pawn, this bishop's open, and yeah, it looks really good. So I liked bishop d7. The computer's not a big fan, but it's still pretty winning. Yeah, and he kept wanting e4, e4, e4. Yeah, and as I suspected, he really has to take here. Or, okay, knight e1, decently worse. Knight e1 at least gets out of the tactic of knight takes, bishop takes h3, getting this knight in the end. Knight fd3 was correct, yeah. Queen c2. Knight b4, okay. Knight b4. Well, I did kind of allude that I could do this sort of dance and get my knights here. I guess I didn't realize that that was possible at this point, because even without my bishop, all these squares in the diagonal are covered. So knight b4, queen c1, knight c d3, and it's not moving the queen for him. Wow. Oh, the queen's trapped. So wait, why not here? Okay, still the knight jumps in. And then this exchange sack is good. Yeah, I would never play that exchange sack, I don't think. Because wouldn't he just stay with the bishop? Like, I'm not even wrecking the pawns. I guess the point is if he takes with the bishop, then I have knight c2, and the queen is trapped. Yeah. And I guess if he takes with the pawn, it's worse, because he gets mated. Wow, okay. Yeah, I didn't even look at knight b4 here. Probably should look at those moves that attack the queen. So now he can kind of salvage things, and now it's dead lost. G4 was an interesting move. I mean, that's resourceful. I didn't... That wasn't even on my radar. I thought, you know, the threats on the queen were going to be so much. Queen h4 right away. So I had a habit in this game of playing the correct move, but playing it like a move or two too late. That's okay. Alright, let me accept the rematch challenge. Not playing main one was rude. Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't see it. What can you do? If I had seen it, I would have played it. Probably. I think I would have. Yeah, good luck, Phazon. Where have I seen that name Phazon before? It looks like a name from like a video game or something, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I've seen this played a few times, and I always play Bishop or at 95. What's the issue? There isn't one. I could also just continue my roll. I guess he could take here. Yeah, I don't know. I think this usually works out for me. Can't really remember. So Queen B3 is sort of the normal looking move to try to punish the early bishop move. Probably could have played it last move. E3 also comes to mind. Maybe I want my bishop out. I always like getting bishop f4 in these variations. Just gotta be careful of the checks along the king's diagonal there. I think I like Queen B3 first better. Give them something to do. Okay, I'm again gonna go refill my water bottle while he's thinking. I'll take my phone with me so I can play a move if I need to. Alright, so I'll be right back. Okay. So I think knight d7 hangs a pawn, right? Like I can just take on b7, but I'm trying to decide if the compensation is sufficient. I mean, he can take my knight, sort of mess up my pawns. He might get rook b8 for free, or I might be activating his pieces a little bit. The other, I mean, if I'm not taking on b7, I think I'm just playing knight d3. I guess bishop f4 is also a consideration. I have no idea what that sentence means. I'm completely clueless. I think I'm just gonna play knight d3. I don't know, it seems reckless to grab a pawn this early. d3 is a nice square for the knight, so. Yeah, I'm almost afraid to ask what that word means. I guess Automod didn't care, so. No, I don't watch that kind of stuff. It's just a little string cheese. Nothing wrong with that. I can eat string cheese on stream. I liked it a lot as a little kid too, and I still like it. But you gotta peel it. You can't just bite into it. You gotta peel it. That's the civilized approach. I guess maybe he can steal a tempo on my queen. If he desires. He does desire. Now, if I were Paul Morphy, maybe I would play queen f7. Yeah. It doesn't look like it goes anywhere. Darn. I guess queen c2, but I'm putting myself into a pin. Queen back to b3 looks okay. Yeah, probably just queen b3. Yeah, let's do queen b3. Yeah, you're probably right. Maybe I didn't know what I was committing to when I played queen b3. The first queen b3. Okay, I think knight c3 looks normal enough. Now I can play e4, exclam. I guess I can't yet, but one of these days I will. What did I calculate for queen takes d4? Good question. You can still play it. I can't calculate that, which I didn't see. I mean, I guess I should probably play e3. I was hoping he played knight d5 and, you know, I'd have a gotcha moment. I guess he could take here. Maybe. Yeah, I suppose I should defend that pawn. Yeah, it was suspicious. It being that free. Look at how nice my knight is on d3, though. I mean, who knows where he might go. That's true. I forgot. You know, just because it's a white knight doesn't make him, you know, any less of an octopus on d3. Yeah, but I mean, he didn't want to give up his bishop for my knight. I mean, every knight should aspire to being traded for a bishop. Every knight should be happy, if that is their fate. Yeah, he might do that, but that's okay too. Then I've got two bishops. Alright, let's see if you're right. 3, 2, 1, take it. Darn. I think he probably should take it, but I also think I'm happy to have two bishops if he does. Ha! What is that first emote? Plus? What is it? Pepperonis? I don't get it. I'm confused. Can I do this? That looks like he might lose a piece. I don't see the problem with that. I mean, d4's loose, but he didn't take it before. Ah, if I do this, he can take on d4, and I don't have time to take the bishop because... Oh no, my knight's here. Yeah. Yeah, so e4 just wins a piece. Maybe he wants to play bishop h4? I guess then I could play... Or no, I couldn't. I could not play f3, in fact. I mean, still. That knight on d3 is just doing it all. Anything else to consider here? I don't think so. I think I'm just gonna win a piece. Alright, I've got to skip this jingle before it plays for the next 3 minutes. It drives me crazy. There we go. It's like, dude, just hit A and accept that trainer battle. Yeah, knight g5, knight g4 might have been a bit overzealous. So what can he do here? I guess I would probably just take this pawn. Queen takes, pawn takes, maybe pawn takes. Castles. Could also evict this knight. He does have the potential to be annoying. Yeah, like maybe queen takes and then like bishop c5 is kind of annoying, perhaps. Maybe. Hanging d4 before, yeah, was pretty bad. Like, I'm sure black's just completely winning if he takes d4. Maybe, okay, not completely winning, but like, it's more than just being a pawn up. Like, I'm down a central pawn like that. Okay, he does do that. My only pause is bishop c5. But he doesn't have time to do it right away, because I could just take the knight. And then this night falls. I mean, it's pretty chicken if I don't take this. Alright, I'm just gonna take it, and I'll figure out the repercussions of that later. Yeah, I mean, this guy isn't even loose. But at least I can trade pieces. I think he probably just wants to take back... You know, even on this, I can just castle, right? Yeah, castling is probably the simplest solution to all of my woes. Yeah, then I've got 3 defenders, 3 attackers. These guys can't really be... Well, that guy doesn't matter, but... Can't really be rattled so easily, I don't think. Well, you know what they say, if you want to avoid a hassle. Can't believe no one's redeemed to force me to play some opening yet. I want 20,000 channel points, 20,000 Cinepawns, that's like nothing. It literally is nothing. Okay, well, I thought this just won a piece. Queen's overworked, it would appear. So, does it matter which way I go about this? I mean, this way I give up the knight, this way I give up the bishop. Unless there's something one of these pieces can do as a Zwischenzug. I guess moving this does hang this knight, so... I shouldn't do that. So this looks like it just wins another piece. Yeah, I'm relatively sure. Okay, now I wasn't sure how this suggest a poll thing would work. I want there to just be like a button that I can click and say like, yeah, okay, do the poll. But now like I have to do all kinds of stuff. I don't even know how to do it. Like I think I have to go to my Twitch dashboard, which I never use. Can I do it from my phone? That might be easiest. Does slash poll work? Yeah, okay, let's see if this works. Aha! Okay. Ah, I figured something out. Maybe you can do it too, Alonzo, but it's slash poll. I'm guessing mods can do it. Alright, he resigned. Alright, vote now. Okay. Well, I guess let's quickly look at that game. That one, he was a little nicer. He blundered some pieces more quickly this time. Made it a little easier. Still some interesting moments. Channel points. I added an option where you can redeem 20,000 channel points to make me play an open. Like, you can pick an opening and I'll play it. $50-50. I guess I'll vote. Okay. So 95 was correct. Should be less points, but I mean, so many of you guys are probably sitting on like hordes of channel points. How many do you have? I figured that a lot of you had like plenty of points. Maybe 20k is too much. You have 7,000? Yeah, I mean, you've watched enough that you should be able to request an opening. So maybe I should make it like 5,000? Just by watching, you get them. And then I think if you like chat, you get them more quickly. If you're a sub, you get them more quickly. Basically, if you are like interacting with the stream, you get them more quickly. Otherwise, you just get them at like a random interval. Not random, at a set interval. I don't know, I'm just trying to think of ways to make the stream seem more official, and make it seem less like it's just some guy in his bedroom, you know? Okay, 95 was correct. Oh yeah, that's right, you do have multiple accounts, so... No, it's not a thing through Lichess. Yeah, I could have two different tiers, you're right. A4, Rook A3, Rook G3, I mean... Yeah, getting a little crazy over there. That's what I kind of want to avoid. I mean, it's fun, so I appreciate that, but... I mean, I'm also trying to just get a better understanding of chess opening, so I think letting people suggest, like, hey, you should play the, you know, play the Museo Gambit, or, you know, something that's maybe not sound, but at least is, like, sensible. Yeah, I think I've also seen that one, Alonzo. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, see, like, I would consider the birds opening, like, not... Like, if I'm gonna split it into tiers, then you can... The lower tier, I can play the bird opening. Like, even though that's probably not a good opening, there's at least something there, you know? So... Okay, yeah, Queen B6 is what it's suggested for him. That's what I figured would normally be played. Okay, yeah, computer is like, yeah, just give me that pawn. Now it's thinking some more. But even if... Yeah, even if C takes, it's eventually taking on B7, it looks like. So I probably should have just grabbed this pawn. It just felt maybe a little greedy. Wow, and black's actually better now. Okay, so this was a pretty big error. Knight B6, good. I didn't want to go to C3, I thought my knight wanted to come to C3. And I'm kind of lining my queen and king up. So queen B3. Queen C3 doesn't hang that pawn. I guess that's the point. And And then I hung it again. He didn't take it again, and I decided to defend. It says black's still a little better. Now it's equal. And yeah, knight g5 was just, or knight g4 was just too ambitious before developing the other pieces. Like, even if it didn't hang a piece, it doesn't seem like a great move. Wow, computer ain't scared. Computer just takes on e6. Okay, now it's making a little more sense. Castle, and yeah, I saw how I had this threat of the queen's kind of overworked here. I guess he didn't see it. So yeah, and there was a pretty big difference. Knight takes being better. Yeah, this way doesn't actually win a piece, I don't believe. So okay, well, Faison requested another game. I'm gonna give Meganometric a game since he hasn't played yet. I would probably prefer to stick to longer games, but I'll play you a 3-minute game. But good games, Faison. I hope you'll challenge me again sometime. Or I might can play you in a little bit after this. You didn't redeem the points. I can't. I mean, you don't get F4 for free. You gotta pay Monopoly money. What is this, like some kind of Nimzo now? I guess if it were a Nimzo, I would play this. I see. That wasn't a good move, I guess. Nothing to do, I just lose material. Alright, I guess maybe this. Oh, this looks crazy. So maybe I should do that. Maybe I'll get tripled pawns. 3 times as good. Yes, tripled. Triple them up. Yeah, I guess this bishop's kind of misplaced somehow. You don't love anything in your repertoire against d4. What should you learn to play? You're asking the wrong guy. I'm trying to figure out what I should be playing. I mean, I've been playing the King's Indian and I like it so far. If you like, you know, dynamic, rich positions where both sides are going to have chances, King's Indian seems pretty good. I've played around with several other openings. I mean, yeah, I mean, the Dutch is a good suggestion too. I think it's fairly likely that people won't know what they're doing against the Dutch, so I don't know. Maybe he won't see it. I guess he can just trade queens and crush me now. Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't be so good. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Ishevix, probably just try a few different things and just see if you can find one that you like. This will probably work. I'm totally gonna queen that d-pawn. You'll never see it coming. I do think the Nimza is a really nice opening for black if white plays along. I don't play along because I think it's a good opening for black. How do I do anything? I can't. Nothing can be done. I don't know, I guess I'll make Luft. Oh, he's winning my pawn. He's not supposed to do that. No. How am I gonna break through now? Ah, he's not playing slowly enough. Yeah, that's just hanging. No, no. Darn, I could have taken his knight. Alright, he wants a rematch. No, nobody wants any longer chess. Gonna make me play Blitz. And he's gonna play stuff I don't know. I'll just copycat him. I'd prefer longer games. Don't see it, don't see it, don't see it, darn. I'm gonna get in trouble here. Well, I don't want to be down a piece. Let's try some 10 plus 2. I can play 10-2. No, I actually prefer slower games. I think there's more to learn from them, and honestly, I think it's just like more. At least for my stream, it's more entertaining. Like I'm not good enough at Blitz to be playing. You know, if people want to watch Blitz, they're gonna watch someone who's a lot better than me. But if we can play slow games, I can actually, you know, talk about my thought process and stuff like that. And yeah, it might not be the best, but complicated. I guess it's not too complicated. I guess I'm just losing a piece. Oh, come on, you don't want to take it? Ah, I want to sack so bad. Guess I probably shouldn't. Okay, now let's sack. Probably doesn't work. Man, it might work. Thanks for following, Faizan. I don't know. I don't know if that works. Seems risky. Yeah, you gotta risk it sometimes. He calculated everything. Ah, yeah. Oh, when did he get faster than me? That's not supposed to happen. Ah, darn. Good game. Alright, let's play Faizan in 10-2. Alright. So maybe a King's Indian from the white side against Faizan now. Sure does look that way. Okay. Well, I don't really know the theory, but I know you're supposed to play d6 so that I can't play e5, so I guess I'll play e5. Then isn't f4 a move? Yeah, let's do f4. Look at these scary pawns. I think I just want to be in a position so that if he ever takes on e5, I'm taking back with the f-pawn. Man, I really want to go insane and just start hurling these pawns up the board. It kind of seems like the way to proceed. Like, where is this bishop gonna go as things stand now? Alright, let's at least start the march. Yeah, I like my space. Okay. Still not really a threat here, I don't think. Maybe I'm just winning a bishop. Here, 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 here. Oh, but my pawn's pinned, so maybe just king h1. Could still play g5 first, force the bishop to a pretty bad square. I think I want to play king h1 first. Yeah, I think he's got to do something about this bishop. And even still, I might be getting, you know, a lot of space. Okay, this seems like it just loses the bishop. Yeah. Yeah, Alonso, didn't you show me a Fischer game in that variation? With the knight on e8 and the 4 pawns? Yeah, this looks good for white. But then again, this is like 5 or 6 pawns, so... I don't know if you count the g-pawn and the h-pawn. And after c takes d4... Well, that's a fair point. Can't I just take with the knight? I take with the knight, he backs the bishop up. Can I play f5? Looks like I can. The bishop's still trapped. I think that works. I gotta be a little careful of this guy. I mean, like, maybe he can take here. Kinda funny. Okay, well this doesn't require much calculation. When I move this knight, there's a discovery on this knight. Maybe just knight b5, I mean... Yeah, I think I like knight b5. If I get kicked, I mean, at least c3 is a nice square. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I tend to miss some of these, like, in-between moves that my opponent has that create counter threats. I don't know why I'm not very good at seeing those. I mean, I thought I was still winning the bishop. But yeah, I mean, maybe it got a little worrisome after he took there, and maybe there was some threats. Well, I guess I should defend this guy. Yeah, if I don't break the pin, I'm just gonna lose it. So let's break the pin. Now I've got a almost threat. He can take with the queen. It's important to find almost threats, yeah. I mean, I do think it's good to see those kind of things. Because, like, then if he played e6 for some reason, I win the queen. I think I'm still kind of in blitz mode, which is, like, not the best mode for me. I don't think I'm ever really worried about this because I'll just take back with the bishop. I think I want to just play queen e2, cut out any queen takes rook business, and maybe just trade the queens. Did I see the knight on d7 was on pre with my... No, I didn't notice that my rook would hang. My knight was attacked, so I moved it. That was like the extent of that thought. Okay, this looks interesting, right? Also, dude, it's not on pre, it's on pre. On pre, come on, dude. Learn some French. That's a risky move. Very risky. Ah, I didn't know you were French Canadian, Alonzo. Or you're just lying, because obviously what you said was not French. Yeah, I would not. I don't know how to spell Jadoob, or if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I think it's Jadoob. Yeah. But having never played in an over the board tournament, that's not really important for me. But yeah, that was pretty good. Ja Adobe. Close enough. Alright, he wants a rematch. Seeing no other challenges, let's take one. Alright, now it's my turn to play the King's Indian again. Home prise. G3? I don't know G3. Come on, man. I'm trying to play chess over here. I guess I'll just keep playing King's Indian style and see what happens. Is this an actual variation? Like, is this for... Okay, no, you're making stuff up? Okay, good. Okay, I'm thinking now is the time. The time is now for e5. I was also considering maybe I want to play c5 in this variation, but I think I like this more. As expected. Kind of want to play e4. Maybe that pawn's tough to hang on to, though. Let's play a5 first. That's kind of what I learned last time, even though this is different. You can get away with e5 when there's a pawn on e4, because... Yeah, I remember that one. But he doesn't have his usual stuff on the diagonal. Could even play a4. Probably no need for that. Alright, this is looking familiar. We've played this game before. Except for this. Otherwise, I think we've had like this exact same position. Possibly my knight was... I guess my knight was already here. Knight g5 looks... or g4, whichever one's legal. Ready to play f4 again. Bishop pair, wreck his pawns. Allow me to go to c5 unencumbered. Setting up for the next game. Let's go f5, I think. Here comes the pawn avalanche. I guess he didn't like my knight on f4 in the classical game that we played with me as black. And that's why he played g3. He didn't want my knight ever landing on f4. Queen c2, huh? I guess let's just bring this knight in. I don't know. Don't know if I can create any huge threats here yet. Feels like maybe another one of those situations like the game we played before where I'm gonna get my, you know, traditional King's Indian kingside attack and his queenside play is gonna take a while to get rolling. Okay. I thought I would just come back to f6 if ever the knight got harassed. That seems reasonable. I don't want to trade on g4 and have g6 hang. Maybe in some universe I can threaten this. Okay. King h7 again. There could be some tactics. I don't think they work. How else to defend g6? I'm not really seeing another way. Unless king f7, but that looks worse. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to break through this game. I don't have the night jumps that I had in the other game. See if we can punch things open. If F4, I'm thinking E3. I might give up a pawn, but I'm going to get a knight on whatever that square is, E4. Diagonals open for business. Hopefully there will be a lot of business. Man, I think this might have been my longest stream ever. 4 hours, 20 minutes. Yeah, I don't feel quite that strong, Alonzo. All right. I don't know if that's the greatest decision, but I'm prepared to live with the consequences. Okay, he's angling his knight in. I also thought maybe rook e4. Rook looks kind of trapped. Yeah, I think the rook can get trapped. So let's jump the knight in. Yeah, see, I haven't really played that game. The game that I can't remember if it's Punch-Out or Knockout or something. Okay, I've already got tactics, right? Because this guy's loose. I think I can get away with that. Let's find out. Looks good. He's got a lot of guys here. I guess it's nice that my knight defends for now. But maybe that's a prime target for a sacrifice. At least now I'm threatening this. Threatening. Well, it is a threat. It wins a knight. And he goes for it. Well, I don't see much for it but to take. So I guess let's trade off this bishop that hasn't moved. Maybe that wasn't good. Maybe I need that guy to defend my light squares. Maybe. Bishop d4 also at some point could be a good move. Guess he's debating which way to take. Rook takes g3, knight takes g3. I saw that, I didn't see queen takes h4. Wow. Okay, I think I want to stay off light squares, don't I? So this is still threatened, this is maybe still possible. I got this going. Wow. You are a bold one. Now bishop d4 looks very good. Queen g8 coming. I'm assuming he's going to play king g2. Everything else looks suicidal. Uh-huh. Queen g8, he can just play g4. So... do I have anything better? Oh no. I don't have to mate the guy. I mean, I'm up material here. I do have to move. Let's try queen f instead. So the rook can come to g8, and if he pushes g4, maybe I have queen h4. And I'm also eyeing up this pawn. It's diagonal. Defending this bishop in some lines, you know. Also defending this pawn. I mean, I think rook h1 is a good move for him at some point. In fact, it's played right away. If he pushes, I'm mulling over a rook sack. Looks promising. Okay. Well, I don't see what else to do. I guess I can just take this, maybe. Maybe I can't. Because my queen has to stop this mate. I guess it's not mate, is it? So maybe I can take. Is that really the best use? Okay, let's try here, maybe. Just going to the square that's been made available. Not really any other thought. I don't know. That looks crazy. Yeah, I'm just losing my queen. Ran out of time. That's a good move. Come on, hang your rook. Taking my knight looks like a pretty easy win. Am I gonna sneak out here with a draw? Looks like it. No way there's anything more I can do. Well. Yeah, I guess I'm not getting a draw. Yep. Oh well. He wasn't as trapped as I thought. Ah, darn. Man, that attack looked really promising. I want to see... I'm sure I had something. Probably needed to just move quicker. I forgot it was only a 2-second increment. Yeah, it was a pretty big attack. Queen G7. Never crossed my mind. 94 made sense, but I needed a better follow-up. Take. Wow. So what's the rub here? Take this pawn. Yeah, I've got some threats, some defense. If he moves the rook, this hangs. Yeah, this all looks pretty good. Darn. Well, that sucks I couldn't find that. But, oh well. Can't find everything. Let's look at, see how the opening was played and the rest of the middle game. Oh no, there was a draw at some point. Wow. What? Oh, I missed discovered check. So rook f3 or rook takes f4. Yeah, I didn't even... Well, first off, I pre-moved knight f3 because I saw that was going to be checked no matter where he went. Really? This is a perpetual? Ah, because my knight's cutting off the escape. And I'm going to check here and here. If he ever comes here, then it's just a discovered check. Wow, okay. Yeah, actually, he's a little worse. It's saying if he comes here, which makes some sense. Ah, that's frustrating that I had a draw and missed it. Yeah, I didn't even see that it was discovered check. Yeah, I had 6 seconds on my clock, but oh well. Okay, let's look at the opening, I suppose. Okay, wait. I'm just flying through this. So G3 I didn't know at all. It's a relatively... Tartakower attack, wow. Didn't know that was a thing. So G6 is the main move. And then we Fianchetto. Castling was correct. D6 was correct. Okay, so just playing this in like a King's Indian style was perfect, it looks like. C4 was the main move. Knight C6. I thought if he played knight c6 that he would play d5, and then my knight seems like it doesn't really have a good square. Ah, it did like, the computer at least likes c4, which I considered here. Yeah, I played it later. Yeah, and this is where the computer says white went wrong, gave away the advantage. Doesn't like f5, that's kind of interesting. I thought f5 is like what you always want to play. Well, it's e4 every move. Okay, let's get to that line that Alonso was espousing. Oh, did the computer like this maneuver? Pitching a pawn? Not its first choice, but it says... Whoa. Ah, I missed that this knight was undefended here. Yeah, in the King's Indian, I mean, I should always be looking at that diagonal for undefended pieces. So yeah, I shouldn't miss that. Okay, so... Yeah, computer agrees. Ah, and the point is, when I take back, I'm hitting 2 pieces. I guess you can... Oh, he can just trade off. I guess the point is you're going to get crushed. I mean, if he plays this, surely I'm playing queen takes knight. Yeah. Yeah, you mean you still can't save a piece here. So these king moves don't work? Oh, I guess on either one I'm playing queen takes bishop. Yeah, that's a nice tactic. Yeah, I guess I could have saved the tempo here. I played rook g8 and then rook e8. I could have just gone rook e8 right away. He defended well in this stage of the game. I mean, I had a lot of pressure, but he found the defensive moves. And eventually the time situation caught up to me. Alright, well, you know, it happens, I guess. Okay, there's another challenge. Alright, this is probably going to be the last game. Getting pretty tired. And like I said, this has been my longest stream ever. This will be a 5-hour stream by the time this game's over with. Getting kind of hungry too. I haven't had a snack in like an hour. Okay, we've got a Slav. Semi-Slav. Let's go queen c2. I think that's right in some lines, but not right in this line, but I'm still gonna play it. Let's get this bishop outside the pawn chain. Yeah, I don't think I want him on b4. That's better. Feel pretty certain I've seen this position several times before. Seems like a lot of Slav games kind of play out this way. I like this bishop. Kind of want to do some kind of fishing pole thing if I have the time. I don't know if I will. Guess it doesn't really work now. It might. Is that definitely... Yeah, that's definitely what I want to do. Man, he's too chicken to take it. Well, I don't want to castle, because maybe he's going to take this guy. Alright, I guess let's ask him what his intentions with this knight are. Aha. Alright, uncastled it is. Okay. I guess let's bring the knight back into the fray here. Let's just tuck the king away. I don't see anything else really to do, and I'm at least getting out of this check at some point. Kind of a boring position. I guess the Slav has that reputation. King there, okay. Well, that stops the two moves I wanted to play. But I can play g4 now, this pawn's pinned. Seems okay. Okay. And I'm tempted to take. Probably no good. Yeah, I don't think I can justify it. I'm trading the pawn anyway, that should be good enough for me. Wow. Steinitz would be proud. Man, I want to play like rook h5 and bring the other rook to h1 and do stuff to him, but I just don't see Doesn't seem like that's quick enough. Alright, I don't know. I guess I'll just trade. Don't know what else to do. Yeah, both kings are not the happiest. My king feels okay. Maybe not great. Allowing this check. Wow. Really? Man, I want to play G3 and King G2 and come get him. Maybe it works. I don't know, looks fun. Gotta make sure I keep this diagonal under control. I mean, I think I can accomplish that. If he pushes, I can push d5. That's kind of mysterious. Okay, I was wanting to play f4 check. Ah, but he's defended his rook, so maybe it doesn't work now. The only move that concerns me is King G6. Maybe it still works. Maybe like E4. It better work, because otherwise this is the stupidest rook in existence. You know, I missed that was check. But I think I'm still okay. I thought I was going to be just taking on H5. This looks good, though. I didn't think he could take. Now I've got too much pressure. Okay, not there. Well, actually, maybe there, but... I think this is the only way to defend everything, and then I'm thinking E4. Odd game. I didn't even see bishop d5. Okay. I don't know. Seems like my attack's gonna be a lot quicker. I mean, there's got to be something here. There just has to be. Man, you gotta be careful or you might get mated. Might get mated anyway, even if you are careful. Yeah, isn't this just maiden too? I don't remember that position at all, but I'll look at it. Oh man, well this is mate in 2. I guess it's not. I guess I should just mate the guy. This is mate in 2. Alright, I'll just mate him. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, good game, Faizan. Let's see that moment that Alonso alluded to. It was after move 34. So you wanted... Okay, wait. You wanted queen h7 here? Yeah, this... Okay, this is where you wanted queen h7. The idea being getting out of checks, but yeah, I guess this check is the problem. But if you ever get out of checks, then here. I didn't want to calculate all that. I was just like, if I keep checking him, like, he's gonna get mated. There's no way that this king is gonna survive this. And yeah, rook takes is just a mate in 10. And every move is like the most obvious move. Yeah, every single move is just the absolute most obvious move. Comp says king f1. Or king g1 even. And it says white is still completely winning. I guess I'd be more inclined to do king g1 so I can block with my bishop, right? Either way, it says the king goes to f2 and then the bishop e2. So either way, get something like this. And yeah. Alright, that was too fancy for me. Yeah, every move's check, I can figure that out. I can't figure out this stuff. Alright, so good games. Thanks for the games, Faizan. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here. It's officially been 5 hours, so yeah, this is like my longest stream ever. I'm pretty mentally spent. So, yeah, it looks like Squirrely's somehow still streaming. So I guess I'll raid him, even though my viewer count is somewhat paltry at the moment, but that's okay. 24-hour stream, I'm very far away from that being a realistic possibility. Unfortunately, I do not have the stamina for that. So maybe one day, but let's baby steps. Like 5 hours today, maybe I'll go 6 hours, you know, in a week or two, and maybe we can work our way up. So, all right. Well, thanks again, everyone, for being here. Should be back tomorrow, and probably get back to streaming, you know, as often as I can. So, what is that, 2.4 hour stream? Yeah, I can do 2.4 hours. I can do 2.4 hours in my sleep. I think some streamers actually do 2.4 hours in their sleep. So, all right. Well, I hope you all will stick around to raid Squirrely. He's got a really good channel too. I've come to enjoy this channel quite a bit. And I'll see y'all next time. So thanks again. Bye.